Addicts and Tilbury Fair. You're tuned to Arcade Radio and our live broadcast from Edison Party 2025.
That's right. And if you just tuned in, we've had talked a lot about the Edison event, and apparently we're now also on Twitch.
Yes.
So that's twitch.tv/Edison Party, I believe.
Mm.
So we're going live and commentating the event as the combos start later on.
Yes.
But before that, we are gonna have some more music, and very soon we're gonna have an interview as well. Are you looking forward to that?
Absolutely. It's kind of a guy who walks around with a camera on a stick, and he's simply documenting everything that goes on, this nerdy thing that we're doing here, or geeky, I don't know.
He travels the world as a solo vagabond.
Yes.
His own words there. But yes, before that, I think it's time for Sticker 8 by Peters.
Absolutely.
A fun and quirky tune.
Yeah. travel vlogging, basically. I wanted to travel the world and show off all the weird things you can find. But then I realized that I kept covering a lot of geeky things. And then it's like, nah, this doesn't work. People who want to see stuff about Sweden don't want to see demo parties. So let's make a dedicated channel all for geeky things.
Right, because you have two channels. This is Geeky, which covers the more geeky stuff, but also 3-Star Vagabond,
Exactly.
which is more you said yourself, more professionally produced. I don't know. I think both look exceptionally good. Just put that out there.
I have not bribed this man. I have to say that.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. When we were at the Edison 2023 2 years ago, me and DJ Demon here, we didn't actually see you, but we saw the documentary you made.
So I kept creeping around the edges. Well, this
Yeah,
is
but actually,
scary.
I remember I saw you with your stick, the camera on a stick. So I wonder, what is he doing? It's kind of demo party thing, or I didn't understand. But
It's the newspapers.
Yeah, exactly. So the press is covering Edison. Oh, this is big stuff.
absolutely.
And it's to me, it's like I don't see a lot of YouTubers in daily life, so it's both endearing and I guess a bit weird as well to see people like documenting themselves. But when I see the result, and especially like that Edison, I also see many of the others, and they're very good. But it gave the vibe, and it gave like a very good intro to people who have no idea what this is about. And I think you to me, you explained what the demo scene is a subculture. And that was like almost like a word that triggered, like, yeah, of course. Thank you for that. That was very good explaining.
My pleasure. No, it's awesome. I do try to, have a lot of fun and go out and film and interview people and just see what happens. But I also want to have some interesting content to offer, not just random vlogging stuff. I want to have information to give as well.
So what content do you find the most rewarding to create?
Most rewarding, the thing that people watch.
And how do you start that process of figuring out what content is most interesting to your viewers?
So that depends a lot on which channel it is. So if we're talking about this is geeky because we're geeks, let's talk about geeky stuff. So that's
How do you define a geek?
Oh, how do I define a geek?
What is a geek? We are geeks, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So I typically say that I actually have a video about that when I discuss what is a geek and what is a nerd and what is the etymology of the word nerd and the word geek. Geek is actually, it comes from circus geeks, circus performers, weird people who were shown off. That were geeks originally, while nerds came in the 40s, 50s. It was mentioned. It was actually a different word at the beginning, but it transitioned into nerds. So, just to answer the question, nerds, as I see it, is people who specialize into something. It's people who are skilled, most of the time at least, and skilled and proficient, and they want to dig deep into something. Geeks are more into subculture, more about pop culture, more about things on the fringes of society, but not necessarily digging deep into the subject.
Right, so more like surface level?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's of course a big overlap between the two groups, so to speak.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that geeks are more surface level. But I mean, of course, there can be a lot of nerdy geeks too.
I think I need to watch that documentary because I myself have a hard time distinguishing between the words.
The way I learned about it was that geeks were like what we today call specialists in different areas, whereas nerds was someone who doesn't know how to behave and kind of dress badly and.
Yeah. I mean that's a valid definition because no one has a proper definition.
Also, I think like a lot of words and meanings change over time as well. Even though these are rather new, kind of, at least in the definition that we know. So we talked a bit, or we touched on the two channels that you have. This is Geeky, and you also have the 3-Star Vagabond. But could you tell us a bit about what's the difference between those two channels in like the content you create?
So basically, when I do something for the 3-Star Vagabond, that's basically my main channel, because I do a video every week. It's often about something about Swedish culture or Scandinavian culture, because that's what most people want to see. But I also cover stuff in Europe, Asia, America, things like that. When I travel, I find it really funny to, or amusing and interesting to dive into a topic and make a video about that. So so for that I do a lot of research, and I have an idea that I want to cover. Maybe it's Storsjöodjuret in Sweden, the Great Lake Monster. So what's this all about? Compare it to Nessie in Scotland and stuff like that. So I start with an idea. And then it basically builds from that. But for This Is Geeky, it's mostly about covering things that are happening. Like Edison.
right now, for
Exactly.
instance, or yeah.
And then I don't really need to think about a concept most of the time, or an idea, because I mean the idea is
It's already there.
yeah, what happens
Yeah.
at Edison, but what can I add to it? So it's like, yeah, this is Edison, but okay, let me explain a little bit about the demo scene as well.
yeah.
And likewise at NADCON, I go into next week is NADCON for the other types of geeks and nerds. So it's a lot of cosplay, anime, stuff like that, and then I try to explain a little bit about cosplay and everything from cosplay is not consent to don't be afraid. I mean, even if you're a fat, ugly bastard like me, you can do cosplay.
We'll dive more into the content you create, but first we're gonna dive into some more music, and I think this is Mathland, if I'm not mistaken. I personally requested this one to be the next one, Math and Mathland. So we'll be back after this one.
It's a majestic song, really fantastic. I love it. Mathland and his Mathland RMX. That's a remix.
Perfect for when you're on a boat, which we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're here at the bar. It's you're listening to Arcade Radio, and we're sending live from Edison 2025. And with us at the bar we have Miro from This Is Geeky and 3-Star Vagabond fame. Before the song, we talked a bit about the difference between your channels and definition of geeks and stuff like that. But from what I've seen, and you've mentioned before, or mentioned already, you've been to a lot of places. Can you talk a bit about where you have been in the world?
Oh yeah, sure. So this year I've been. Okay, this is. I'm not trying to brag. Seriously,
No.
Saved up for this. I've been waiting for it for a long time. So I've been to Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and Japan so far.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly. So Japan was a geek mecca. I loved it. That's a dream destination. I need to go back next year.
I'm planning to go there as well. So
Yeah. You should. And so.
Do you know some Japanese?
Sukoshi.
Sukoshi.
Nihongo ga hanasemasu.
Hi, so isn't that? Like, do you? You said when you create content from for the different channels, one This Is Geeky, or the channel with This Is Geeky, you're kind of like looking at the calendar, what events are happening now,
Exactly.
and kind of like diving. Okay, I want to go there. But for 3-Star Vagabond, you're kind of like, okay, I'm researching a subject. What's required to research that subject, whether it's something in Asia or something locally in Sweden.
Yeah.
How do you like? What goes into that process of filtering what is, especially for the 3-Star Vagabond thing? Because This Is Geeky, as I said, you can just look at the calendar and see what's happening now.
Exactly.
So it's
Can I
kind of
go
like,
there?
Yeah, it's laid out for you. But for 3-Star Vagabond, it seems like you need to kind of cater or figure out what's interesting to your viewers.
Exactly.
So how is that process? How do you start that process of figuring out, I'm gonna research this topic? Do you have like a whiteboard?
Yeah. I have a big Excel sheet with ideas, and at first I try to quantify it. So I try to have different categories. First, okay, how interested am I in this topic? How interested do I think that people are when searching for the topic? And how sticky is the topic? Like
Staying power.
Exactly.
Right.
And then I try to assign different values, and then I try to come up with a formula and rank everything, and then I try to make videos according to that order. And that was a horrible idea. It sucked completely.
But do you look? Do you compare yourself to others? Do you look at what others have made and see what? Okay, here's something missing, or what can I add to that picture?
I try, but I'm also really sucky at that because I like to do what I want to do. That's the main reason. I mean, you mentioned the YouTube fame, but I'm a really small YouTuber. So, I mean, I have some people who like what I do, and I like what I do. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, of course. That's like the humble craft of burning passion for creating stuff.
Exactly.
And I think that's both humbling and a very noble goal to have. And hopefully when people watch this and listen to Arcade Radio post fact, then perhaps we can get you some more subscribers, because you definitely deserve it.
Yes, I totally agree. I deserve it. No, but This Is Geeky in particular, I guess that people might be interested in that, but I do have to give a fair warning because I have a wide span of interests. So I go to retro gathering for retro games and stuff like that, a lot of cosplay events, medieval week, like you mentioned, Edison. So it's not just like demo scene stuff. It's not just this geek sphere.
Of course, like the demo scene and the sphere around that is just one part of the geeky culture. But I think you're also like your landing field for like the audience is very wide, because like I saw that there's documentaries about Sweden and historical things, which is quite interesting as well. You have like when millions of Swedes left for America.
Yeah,
that's a story.
like buying an apartment in Stockholm, everything you need to know, things like that are not geek related at all, but it's valuable still to people that have these questions.
I hope so, because I actually documented when I bought a new apartment, sold my old one, bought a new one. So it was a half-year video, basically, trying to remember to record stuff at various points and then do, yeah, now I've been looking at this apartment, stuff like that.
So you have that like front of mind all the time, like this, I'm gonna create some content in the future using this.
Oh yeah, and I did that with the Sweden solar system as well. You know, Sweden has the biggest scale model of the solar system in the world, with the globe in Stockholm as the sun, and it goes all the way up to Kiruna, where the termination shock, the last vestiges of the solar system ends.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I guess it's a bit geeky as well. And so that one I filmed during a long time, because you don't go to Kiruna every weekend, right?
You also do Q&A, seems like, and like connecting how. When I hear people ask these questions, I kind of like already know the answer, but I'm still going to answer it. Like, how important is it for you to connect with the community, and like, do you take some of that feedback and create build upon it? Do you create new videos based on comments that you get from people?
I try, but my problem is that I'm a horrible introvert, so I'm actually really socially awkward.
That is not evident from your videos.
No, I do try to hide it, and now as well I do try to, you know, everyone has multiple sides, right? So I try to bring out my social and nice side, but then I can spend a week at home just playing Baldur's Gate 3 and this Gaia 5, and you know, it's
good choice.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't want to meet anyone. I don't have the energy for talking to people. I'm horrible at keeping friends. I'm horrible at
don't sell yourself short.
No, I'm horrible. I'm a bastard. That's what I am.
No, I think to me you come across as a very humble and approachable guy. So that's a very nice quality to have. I think we kind of touched upon this, but what you find, or upon, like, when you have created how many years do you have you been a YouTuber again?
A bit too many years, because the first years I was just faffing around doing like, yeah, I bought a beer calendar, let's make a video every day when I try a beer. The fuck? What was the point of that?
Yeah.
So a couple of years was just me doing random stuff.
So it's like recent times that you're kind of focused and concentrated.
Exactly.
Yes. What content do you find, looking at your stats and the videos, what's most interesting to your viewers?
It's impossible to say, because they're all over the place. Sri Lanka, when I was there, I got tens of thousands of people who, yeah, this is awesome, and then it's like, yeah, but here's a video about Japan. It's like, a couple of hundred people want to see that. There's no reason, but I have come to realize that people like Scandinavian culture, and it's good if I focus a little bit. So I am trying to focus a bit on Sweden. What's it like in Sweden and Scandinavia? What makes us unique? What are the quirky things we have?
I think especially Asia, like the northern lights and midnight sun and things like that, especially in Norway. But still, the kind of mysterious nature of Scandinavia. And I've heard now there's a new trend. It's called. It's not staycation, but like silentcation or something. Like you just want to travel to a place and escape all the noise. And Scandinavia, especially Sweden, northern Sweden and northern Norway, is like there's no one there.
So
quote unquote.
Just the other week, I actually went on a road trip from the southern point of Sweden to the northern points. You know, the Treriksröset up north in Sweden. So 12 days, just myself in a car and
documenting everything.
Exactly. And I took a side trip to Sarek. A couple of days of hiking. My legs are still killing me, but that's definitely a place where you could see this loneliness, but among all the beautiful nature, and bloody hell, that view from the top of the Skerfe Cliff, that's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen.
Medicine for the soul.
Absolutely, that's so well put.
Well, I can tell you one thing. When I went to New York with a friend a number of 10 years ago maybe, and it was noisy. the whole city never sleeps, and you hear cars and you hear police sirens and stuff. And then I came home and just lay back in my living room, and it was silent. There was nothing there. It was totally like, wow.
Enjoy the silence. I think
Yeah,
Depeche Mode put it well.
Yeah.
We have some more questions, and then we'll let you go and enjoy the party. We'll listen to a tune, but this time I have no collection of what it is. So DJ Demon, you need to help me out and look at the big thing, or I can look at that big thing. Oh yes, it's a good one. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, it's Elwood, and it's called Take Me There, and we will. You are tuned to Arcade.radio, and we're broadcasting live from the Edison Demo Party 2025.
That's right. And Elwood took us here, and we are taking you to Edison with Miro at the bar here. And we have just a couple more questions, and we'll let you go, I promise. Before the music, we were talking about like selecting what goes into selecting a new video and how that process is. But I think we should also touch upon how much work goes into an episode, because the ones I watched, and I come back to the Edison because that was at the moment when I watched it most interesting, because I didn't know about you. It was well produced and nicely paced, and it gave a decent insight into events for all of us who weren't lucky to attend. And I'm just wondering how much work goes into creating an episode like that.
Way too much. Yeah, but basically an episode like that, I have to have an idea. Since you mentioned the pacing, I need to have an idea. What am I going to cover? I can't just talk and then just end up with a pile of excrement. Oh,
Something is happening behind us here.
oh, but,
Someone is flushing the toilet.
or maybe it's a death metal band. Anywho, yeah, so there's a lot of preparation. So I need to either write a script or at least have an idea for how to pace the video. What do I want to cover? What do I want to include? Do research as well. I mean, sure, I do a lot of things ad hoc, but I do need to read up on stuff.
So for an event like this, when you come back home and you have all the footage that you want to process, from when you get home to like publishing, how do you plan that in according to like, all right, this takes me a number of days to create, but I'm going to publish it on a certain date. You schedule how much. How much of that goes into?
So it depends. If it's for the travel channel, then I publish one video every week. So I need to schedule in advance and make sure that I need 1 day for doing a rough edit. I need 1 day for the B-roll, and so I need to start a couple of days in advance. But when it comes to This Is Geeky, Edison, for example, I have this crazy idea today to try to come home at midnight or 2 a.m. sometime, sit and start editing for a couple of hours, wake up in the morning, edit more, and then submit an entry to the animation/video competition.
That sounds excellent.
Yeah, that's going to be insane if it works. We'll see.
Don't wear yourself out though. That's it's important, because like from especially when you have a lot of. From what I see, this is on the 3-Star Vagabond. You're publishing around like almost like a once a week, or sometimes more often.
No, it's once every week.
Every week, and that like it takes a toll. It's like you need to plan, and it's kind of like a workflow, continuous process that like you need to kind of think all the time.
Absolutely. I need to have it in mind. I need to always have a video prepared. I mean, it takes a couple of days to edit. It takes a day at least to record something. So and of course doing research takes a day as well. And then we're like, oh crap, that's 4 days for a video. And if I do once every week, I'd better prepare.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, the episodes. Now I kind of lost the thing I want to say here. Let's see. Yes, so you plan in advance, but you like for This Is Geeky, which is bound to calendar dates. Do you kind of publish it as fast as possible, or do you wait to, let's say, Saturday, because that's a popular YouTube day?
I do it as quickly as possible because otherwise I need to keep track of that as well. Except in some cases, like I still have footage from Japan that I haven't been bothered to edit because I haven't had time. So I'm going to do a video about Akihabara, for example, and stuff like that. Those I don't release as quickly as possible, but I still do it as soon as I edit. Then it's like, it's done. I have a thumbnail. Publish. let's go for it.
Speaking of thumbnails, I know creating thumbnails for YouTube is a entire field of its own. You need to have an segregated face and an arrow somewhere, which annoys me to no end. But do you use do you use templates to speed up the process?
No,
do you have
I'm stupid like that. I just try to find a nice background picture. I have some picture of me doing what is that?
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
I just do a Photoshop, remove background, place myself on top of the nice background, and then that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at somewhere like surprised face, or angry face, or smiley face, or thinking face, and then on top of some text in the background.
Some people actually do that. They have these templates, and I hate that when I see some YouTuber exactly the same face in 3 videos in a row. Dude, I get
the same facial expression.
Exactly the same face, literally copy pasted, just with a different background, different text. I get put off by that myself.
I mean, I've said sometimes before that there's an online tool for everything, and I believe there's an online tool for creating your YouTube or a segregated YouTube with an arrow. Yeah, I agree. It's very annoying. But still, like it's also effective because it's and you're working in a field where clickbait is a thing as well, which like people have almost they're used to it even though they hate it. Do you feel like you need to dabble into clickbait kind of like titles of the videos and stuff like that?
I do actually, but I try to limit myself. I know the worst part is that it works, because if I do a video, don't do these things in Sweden, they're gonna hate you, then it's like 200,000 views, bloody hell, that's tempting,
and it attracts people, right?
Exactly. But then again, I don't like if I do too much of that. So if it's something I actually find interesting, I did a video like that because it was funny. I could do a lot of stupid commentary on everything, so that's fun.
I mean, it also builds your resume and your renommé on YouTube as well. Like people are more exposure, right? Yeah. And that's I mean, in the end, like you want more people and more engagement with the like how in the future how do you see yourself when it comes to creating more content? Do you have like intention more like do you want 1 million subscribers, for instance?
I would like that. I love having a day job as well. I mean, I like meeting people even if I'm an introvert. It's not good to just shut yourself in every day. So I like having a day job, but I would like to have the possibility to
mix
be a
it up.
YouTuber. Yeah, exactly.
So more subscribers, but not too much, because then it takes over your life.
Exactly. So give me like 4 times what I have right now, and I'll be like, yep, that's good. No more. No, thank you.
I can stay there. Okay. We'll let you advertise some of the content that's coming out. Do you have any content for 2 channels that you wanna advertise?
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, advertising. Yeah,
of course.
Let's go for it.
That's what you do.
Which I'm horrible at, by the way. But yeah, so for This Is Geeky, next week is, or of course, I'm gonna make a video about Edison to begin with, or 1 or 2, and then next week it's NerdCon. It's the biggest pop culture festival in the Nordics, mostly about anime, cosplay, stuff like that.
NerdCon.
NerdCon. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Where is that?
In Linköping, in Sweden.
Right.
So it's like 10,000, 15,000 people gather, and yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I love it. And then the week after that, I'm going to Gotland for the medieval week. So those are some pretty big videos coming up, I would say.
Do you find yourself like joining in, like on the cosplay side? Like bringing your own chainmail just to.
Oh, absolutely. So I have a Viking outfit for medieval week. I need to bling it a bit more. My sister has made a lot of embroidery, so I'm gonna try to sew it on my my costume.
That's cool.
Yeah, and for NerdCon, since it's cosplay, I just bought a new cosplay costume from Doki Doki. The people in the know, they know.
Yeah. Doki Doki, yeah.
Yeah, so it's from Genshin Impact because I'm a sucker for gacha games. Yes. And it's my husbando that I actually don't have. It's Rosley. I can't pronounce his name. Okay. But he's cool.
That's I mean it's yeah, it's a fun what's it called, tidsfördriv in Swedish, like spare time thing.
Yeah, exactly, spare time.
All right, we'll let you go, but first you had a track you want to hear. What was that?
I want to hear Desert Rocks from Turrican 2. It's the music for the first level. Most people like the intro music, but screw that. I want to hear the first level. That one rocks. Pun intended.
I agree, but what's your remembrance of the game? Like, did you play it back in the day?
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the interesting thing is that I have to say that all European platformers are pretty sucky. Amiga and C64, it's pretty shit compared to the NES, for example. But
They're way harder, at least.
Harder, and the controls are pretty bad. Sorry, guys, it's just not very good. But the music and the art was good. A bit European, but the music in particular, Chris Julesbeck, bloody hell, that man can twist a piano to do incredible things. So I booted up the game, and even though I felt this is hard, this is difficult, I just kept listening to the music.
The music kept the drive up and
Yes.
made you go. Thank you so much for your time here at the bar and Edison 2025.
And thank you so much for letting me be here. Oh, it was awesome.
No problem. Enjoy the party, and here is Desert Rocks from Turrican 2, and what was the composer again?
Chris Hulsbeck.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're listening to Arcade.radio, and we are ready to leave the airwaves.
Well, kind of, I guess. The Arcade radio stream will continue to play some songs, but you will not hear from us until a little later in the evening, where we are gonna commentate from the Edison party itself.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for listening, and here is the last song out, is Shamantic.
And follow, just look at twitch.tv/Edison party, and we'll be back a little later, so we'll see you then.
Equalization test. Right, does this work? Yay! Hello, people. Welcome to Edison again. Welcome back. My name is Wayland, and I sort of, I don't know, stopped doing Edison 2 years ago, but that was apparently a mistake. So let's try this again, but in a more central place. So this is the new venue. We shall see how it works, especially with over 100 seniors tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting. There is maybe not 100 seats down here in the main hall, so we'll have to improvise a bit. And max capacity is 150 people. I will do some other informational stuff now, just to, say welcome, and it's nice to see you back here, and all the new faces, and I hope everyone has at least half an entry ready already, and we'll upload it soon to the new fancy super slim party system granola. Yay. We are sorting some of the trash and waste, so you should not put glass bottles into the waste bags. So they should go into like containers and stuff instead. It should be pretty obvious around the ship. And otherwise we're just sorting punt, recyclables, and just waste. Like 3 different fractions, I guess. Yeah. And this is the crew on the stairs here. And a lot of work has went into this as usual, but hopefully a little less work than previous Edisons, which sort of burned us all out. So this should be like a lightweight, less ambitious, but more fun, more intimate, more nice, and more neat. What else? There is an emergency exit behind the projector screen, and there are 3 toilets in the back of the boat, or in the front, to be honest, but in the back of the hall. And the info desk is upstairs, and there is a deck outside where you can get the speaker out and play music over Bluetooth and start like a fake campfire thingy, but no fire, just pretend. The speaker will be like the fake fire. And there is a noise curfew outside on the deck at 10 p.m. For music. But you're free to be outside until we close at 2 a.m. this morning. And then we have to evacuate this venue so nobody can sleep here and we can't stay all night. So we will close at 2 in the night and open again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And the same goes for the next day. I think that was the most important stuff. Yeah? Yeah? All right. Give it up to yourself for being here. So, there is a delay on the microphone, on the power switch. Now we have a special treat prepared. We have the Edison Music History Show by Arcade Radio, who is here tonight and commenting on the stream the entire party. And we will give them a few minutes to prepare, and then we will blast the show into the PA as well, so we can hear it here in the venue as well. And yeah, look forward to that. I sure am. It's going to be awesome. And after that, we're going to have the customary live duels.
Hello. Hello. Hey. Hey. Also. Hey. Also, there will be live duels tonight, fast compos, here on stage. And the graphics, the fast graphics compo duel thingy is already filled. But we still have one opening for the TIC 80 compo. That's basically live coding on stage. Just code something interesting. I've been speaking to a few of you already, and you're really hard to get on board. But we only need one more to be able to do this compo. And if we can't do it, then I will be really disappointed, because I've been practicing all week. And this is not a prestige compo, it's for fun. So and if anyone is actually interested and have no idea what TIC8 is, I can show you. I can show you up there where it's a bit quiet. I can bring my computer, I can show you. If you can code JavaScript or Python or even Lua, it's fine. You can do it already. You only need to know how to put a pixel on the screen. So yeah. Come see me if you want to participate. Otherwise, I don't know if that compo will be will be doable. Or it's today. Yeah, it's today. It's graphics. The graphics dual compo is at 9. The TIC 80 is supposed to be at 10, and then we have a live thing from Gasman at 11. So thank you. All right, we got our second TIC 80 guy. Awesome. So see you at 10, or actually see you at 9 for the graphics tools. And then at 10, TIC 80, 11, Gasman, 12, Party Up Deck, Below Deck, whatever deck. Thank you.
Så för den där är den som gäller ungefär. Den ska ju nå hit ut någonstans.
Den här micken som tar in ljud.
Någon är det som tar in men ja, precis. Prata lite hur ska det.
Så la meg bare oppdatere bare en short intro her.
Typ så här liksom. Kommer ju ut.
Ser jag. Ja, lite på gränsen där.
Du ser här, nivån går upp jättehögt.
Det här är ett test. Det här är ett test.
Kör 10 sekunder test.
Okej, vi kör ett par tester här för att se att allting fungerar som det ska. Vilket vi hoppas att det gör.
Okej. Si ifra når du er klar til å bare gå over introen i full fart.
Är den här?
Nej,
Det är samma.
den här.
Men jag kopierar över, du har inte ändrat något mer sen dess.
Ja. Men här, vi må introduceras.
Vi kör med det, då får vi...
De här är dynamiska så de kommer ju aldrig... De håller man nästan hårt nu. De har jag.
Ja, men hører jeg meg sjøl da? Altså må jeg ha hodetelefoner da for å høre
De här
vi?
går ju in på streamen. Så, men ni får inte in någon i eran såklart. Men vi trycker på record kanske.
Jeg må jo høre
Så det
meg
får
sjøl.
ingen mer.
Musiken får du höra, men du kan inte höra
Musiken
reklam.
får ni mer. Men inte på...
Så jeg får ikke
Men du hör dig själv över
Du hører over høyttaleren sånn?
Ja.
UK.radio. Here's a live broadcast from the Edison Demo Party with your hosts, DJ Damon and Corius.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 14th installment Demo Party. I'm Corius.
And I'm DJ Demon, and we're here from Arcade Radio. We're humbled to be asked to help at Edison.
This year we celebrate not just a milestone, but a vibrant digital tapestry fueled by pure creativity and probably accompanied by assortments of liquid encouragement as well. It's a testament to the boundless imagination and talent of the scene, each submission reflecting a unique vision and passion.
Yeah, in this regard, we are embarking on a musical voyage through Edison's rich history. Prepare to be delighted by an eclectic mix of quirky, weird, and utterly fantastic tunes.
But before we start, I have a bit of trivia for you, DJ Demon. Do you know, counting tracked music, streaming music, and old school music from all the way back since Edison started in 2011 to
Nope.
2023, do you know how many songs have been created?
Nope, I have no idea.
Hold on to your pants and hats. Nearly 300 tunes, or 292 if my calculator is correct. So grab something to drink. It's important to stay hydrated, everyone. And kick back and turn your speakers to a responsible level and immerse yourself as we dive into the past and look to the future. Welcome everyone to the Edison Music History. Let's play some tunes. What do you say?
Let's do it. What is it with Hyper Unknown and goats? They have goats in every song they ever made, at least I think so. So, let's take a look at it. It was second in the Edison 2022 streaming music competition.
Yeah, so we have selected a lot of tunes here, 20 plus or so, and we're jumping back and forth in time to have both a mix of old school chip tunes, streaming music, etc. So the next one we're heading off to is the Life Adventures of Link, which placed second in the Edison 2020 streaming combo, and this one is from One Delay from Cram America.
you said. And next up is a song which has a very good little story behind it. It's Solen lyser fortfarande på min balkong, and it was the first place in the 2023 streaming compo. Reminds me of almost of a track that could fit well with a Hotline Miami games.
This one is really high tempo. Brace yourself.
Here it comes.
That was Solen lyser fortfarande på min balkong. Ett tag till, by Snurre. And after that intense workout, I think you need to take it a bit down. Also shout out to you, DJ Demon. So you usually work on the flashback episode or flashback podcast at Arcade. So you have some experience on mixing songs and tempo, etc.
Yeah, and we are going to next song. That would be French Baguette Merci med Radiant.
First place, Edison 2020. That was French Baguette by Radiant, which placed first in the Edison 2020 streaming music compo, which I forgot to mention. So sorry about that. Next one.
That would be Floppies Made Us Social. I don't know how that worked, but it's Alpa of Insane. Floppies Made Us Social. And it's shared third place on Edison 2020 streaming music competition.
Shout out to you, Alpa, my man.
Good evening. What you are about to witness is the result of an effort of research and engineering that began in 1982. The Amiga computer. Follow the bouncing ball. and preferences tools. Utility programs available under the workbench. And you see a selection of drawers containing other tools, projects, or other drawers.
Call.
And a very rich graphical display. We're going to bring up a test pattern showing all 4,096 colors of the Amiga computer on screen simultaneously.
Or did they? Did they know it was social?
Yeah. It seemed like they had something more to say there, I guess.
Yeah, that was a cool song by Alpa. We've played, let's see, so it's we're down 5 tracks and way more to go. For the next one, we're headed with Algar. He's apparently leaving the world tonight. I hope that's not the case. In the 4th place Edison 2013 old school track music competition. With I'm leaving this world tonight.
Nice little tune, that one. It
Indeed.
was I'm Leaving This World Tonight with Algar. Oh, and now we are going on with another song. It's Stockholm Sunset with Fegolhas and Data Brothers. It was the fourth in the Edison 2012 Old School Track Music Competition. And here it comes.
Stockholm Sunset is slowly fading away for the fourth place in the Edison 2012 Old School Track Music Competition. Now we're jumping around 7 years forward in time to 2019. It's a track from the old school and track music competition. The story behind this one is a bit unique. So it's from Alpa, and the song is True Devotion 2. If you don't know it already, Alpa composed this track back when he was 17. However, the power went out, so he hadn't saved this project. But powering through, he redid the entire thing from memory. So thus, True Devotion 2 was a reality. Here it is.
Oh yeah, okay. The microphone seems to be a little bit quirky today. But anyway.
Be really close.
Yeah, I need to push the button up enough. Anyway, we are going on with Comets Colliding and Brandon Walsh of Genesis Project. It was placed in the second place in Edison 2012, the streaming compo. Trance and high, hard-hitting beats.
Indeed.
Sorry, what you saying?
Indeed.
Absolutely.
That was Comets Colliding by Brandon Walsh.
Yeah, we're 9 songs down. How we're doing so far, DJ Demon? How do you think?
Well, actually, we are down about 20 minutes, and we are gonna having a time like an hour totally when we're through with all the songs. So we got about 40 minutes to go.
I mean, we haven't heard anything from the audience. How are you liking the music so far? All right, I got some yays from the audience. That's good. Hopefully it's more yays now, because we're traveling forward in time to 2018 with the first place, a music track from the animation compo, actually, song used for the video. And if you haven't seen this one, I highly recommend it. It's Space and Time by Proper Disco. Enjoy this one.
which is by no one else than Danko Fairlight. It's called Spielplatz. It's
That's
playground.
German?
I think it's German for playground or something, not sure. However, it was the first in the Edison 2022 streaming music competition. And here it is.
That was the 12th song out from Viklund. We're staying, let's see, I've lost track. DJ Demon, you have to help me out here.
Well, hello. Hello, there it goes. The microphone is a little bit sensitive on the...
Right, I think that was Spielplatz, right? Yeah.
Yes.
By Danko, of course. We're staying with Fairlight, but from another member of that group, Viklund this time. from the 2012 streaming compo. And we're listening to a little tune called Cosmos.
Absolutely.
What are these odds? These are alien spacecraft, outgoing space, or with you back, they're simply standard aircraft, or worse yet, some kind of house.
Cosmos. And we are going on with Alpa again, coming in at 5th in the streaming compo at Edison 2023. Great song, good work Alpa. It's called San Paulo.
That was Alpa and Sao Paulo, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't know.
It seems okay.
Seems okay. We're in the middle of the Edison Music History Block, where we're kind of celebrating 14 years-ish?
Yeah, something like that.
Of Edison contributions and in this shape and form music. The 14th of the tracks that we're going to play is one by Malmen. This one has gone on rotation at my place at least for many times. It placed 4th in the Edison 2012 streaming compo. It's it's Edison Glam.
With Edison Glam, and it's really that. all that it can be. Next up is something from Edison 2012. We get a lot of our entries from 2012. It was a good year, obviously. It placed 12th on the old school track compo, and it's called Goa. It's Slash and Weather of Insane.
Was what? What was it?
Well, it was. That's a good question. It was
I'm putting you on the
Goa
spot.
with Slash and Weather.
Putting you on the spot there. Yeah, we're in the Edison Music History block here from Edison 2025 in the middle of Stockholm, and this year we're on a boat.
Yes, finally, we have a little bit of cool water around us.
To stay cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like coolant for the boat. It's hot in here but it's not as hot as it was outside, where we read 24 degrees.
Yeah, it was very warm indeed, and we are trying to cool off with these cool tunes, and we have still a couple of more to go. The next one up is from the, let's see, Edison 2021 old school track music combo. It placed third, and it's none other than Mr. Fagelhus, who created the logo for Edison, I believe. And it's called Suzanne Router. What's a Suzanne Router?
Yeah, well, there's a take on a actress called Susanne Reuter. So yeah, it's kind of a joke.
There's a joke there.
It's a joke. I hope you want to stay here in Stockholm. It's a beautiful weather outside, and it's a very nice, well, everything actually. Stockholm is one of the most beautiful cities in the world, in my opinion, especially during the summer.
Not biased at all.
All right, so what do we have next? Leaving Stockholm, obviously someone wants that. And we are going on with Boogeyman and Insane. That's Boogeyman of Insane, sorry. And that was Leaving Stockholm. It was the second on the Edison 2019 Old School and Track Music competition. And without no further ado, here it comes.
Unfortunately, Boogeyman was ready to leave Stockholm. That was the second place on the Edison 2019 Old School and Track Music Composition. Next up, we have, we're going down the ranks. We have been a lot on top, first, second, and third place. But this time we're heading to the 9th place from the Edison 2021 Old School Track Music Combo. It's a song from Ash, from Defect and Rift. The track is called Ghost Ship.
That's the name of the next song. It's called and it's first a question and then it's a exclamation mark. So I guess this is a discussion that Korf had with himself. Korf from Memory Leak, and it's the 6th place of Edison 2023. Under the Sea. It's a quirky tune, but it's still likable.
And you quite like this one, from what I gather?
Yeah, I do actually. It's one of my favorites.
All right, here we go.
was or something like that. Yep.
All right, we're almost at the end of the Edison music block, Edison music history block, but we have one more, and that's the 5th place from the Edison 2012 streaming compo. It's Perplexed from Hyper Unknown from the group Noise, I believe.
Yes.
Stay tuned. We're soon heading off into live graphics duel, I believe.
Yes.
So you will not get rid of us just yet. But before that happens, stay hydrated and enjoy this tune from Hyper Unknown.
Thank you very much for your attention. We are leaving this Edison demo music history, yeah, and we're going on with a little bit of a wait, and then we'll have something next coming up here. It's a graphics comp, right?
Yes, it's a live graphics duel. You can check out the schedule, of course, on edisonparty.com to stay updated on all the latest and greatest there. But they're still setting up and all that, so while that is happening, we'll play some, waiting music, would you call it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do that. Here is, what is it? Michu and Joachim with Access Denied.
gentlemen, time for a more natural instrument than all your tracker things, namely a synthesizer.
So could Clint and Grogo come to the stage, please?
Så, tjena! Woohoo! Nu kör vi live graphics duel. Och det kommer att bli 2x2 tävlande och sen en final. Och då går ni ju in på hemsidan och röstar. Likar. Like and subscribe. Medan tävlingen håller på såklart. Och Arcade Radio Network kommer att kommentera under tiden jag bara introducerar tävlingen. Inga konstigheter. Och maybe I should do this in English förresten. Sorry. Sorry for you on the stream English speakers. I'll do it again really quickly. This is the live graphics duel. We got 2 people on stage. Commentary will be made by the Arcade Radio Network. And I'm supposed to come up with a theme. And let's go with computers and boats. Yeah, and boats. Båtar in Swedish. Boats, computers and boats. And in our first semi-final, we have Clint over here. Yo! The Ghost Hunter. And then we have on our next side we have Groggo. He's super old school in this compo by now in Edison. I think he's been in all the graphic compos actually. He's really cool as well. He's a musician as well. He's multi-talented. The reigning champion as well. So yeah, with that, let's go to Arcade Network and let's start drawing soon, I guess.
There we go. All right, we have 50 minutes on the clock. The theme is boats and computers, was it? All right. And we have Clint on left side, Groggo on right, but so we have started already. What do you think, Demon? What are we looking at here?
It's a little bit... Hello? It's a little bit early to say, but there are coming up some structures here.
I think there will be boats. Clint is going old school using, is it MS Paint or similar? Office Draw?
Yeah?
That's
old school.
Respect right there.
Yeah, I mean, Groggo is using... is it GIMP or is it...
Looks like Photoshop.
It's Photoshop, yeah.
Firm believer of that software.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got, let's see, something that resembles a boat on both sides. We've got a cool sun reflecting the weather here in Stockholm.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have already passed 1 minute on the clock, 13 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Yeah.
Groggo is going for a pirate computer.
Yeah, and it's a little bit... it has an eye patch as well.
Ah, that's
perfect.
Nice.
Do you know why pirates have eye patches?
No.
That's because they need to preserve their night vision when they go up and down from the deck.
Oh, right. So you flip the eye patch when you.
Yeah.
Ah.
And then you can see better when you get out.
Ah. I should start wearing an eye patch more often, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. All right. On the left side, Clint is going with a boat in very deep water.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting the skeleton and the skull and bones there, right?
Let's
Clint
see.
seems to be drawing skull and bones. It's a pirate ship.
Skull and bones. Yes, or is it a scissor? No, a dog bone.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ah,
I think it's a human one. It's
Skull and
supposed to be a
bones
bit
looks
macabre.
like. A reminder for everyone to go into go to Edison Party, vote for the competitor you like the most. Go there and vote. Let's see. Oh, scary skull there, or scary.
It looks like Stewie Griffin from Family Guy.
Stewie from Family Guy.
Yeah.
I can buy that. Oh, we got some red boxes on deck. Is that a box of computers?
Yeah, perhaps. Or maybe some kind of cooling towers.
Perhaps it's... Oh, you know, in games, there are fuel tanks. And they're always red. That's gotta be fuel tanks, and they're explosive.
Yeah, you just shoot one shot and it just goes up in flames.
Yeah. They should have learned by now, but they haven't. Let's have a look at Mr. Grogo. We are...
It's a pirate computer, maybe an Amiga. And it's a bit, should I say, blurry. He goes for blur.
Yeah, I guess that's shadow effects. So I think the details will come later. He has a mouse flying off to the right there.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's all about.
It may be greeting us.
Maybe. He's clashing some color over the keyboard.
Okay, somebody is
yelling Amiga from the audience. Perhaps
yes.
that's an Amiga.
Absolutely, I
Or,
totally agree with that.
BBC Micro, was it? BBS Micro?
BBC Micro,
BBC
that's
Micro.
old. Did you
I always get that wrong.
Have you seen one?
I have seen one, yes. I haven't used one. Back over at Clint's side, we have a lightning bolt, seems like. Or was it something else?
Yeah, it's a lightning bolt.
Yeah. We are 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes. Remember to go to edisonparty.com to make your vote count for the contribution that you like the most. Is that a
The other fish.
Is that fishbone with a gamepad cross?
I think that's supposed to be the eye socket.
I mean, there's still time. We might like add the symbol from a gamepad. Never know. So the theme is computers and boats. Computers and boats is the theme.
Yeah. But where is the computer in this drawing?
I don't know. I don't see, unless it's a digital fish. Might be. I don't know. Or perhaps the.
Oh, here comes something.
It's data servers.
Okay, so that's what this is.
It's a lot of servers on deck there. Meanwhile, on Grogo's side, the boat has gotten more color. What is it called? What's that type of boat called?
Type of boat? It's
like a a small speedboat or a rowboat with a
Rowboat. Yeah, we call
rowboat
them
with
rowboat.
with a motor. Back on Clint's side, we have data. A lot of data on deck there.
So obviously it's a computer carrying, boat carrying data. And that's a computer.
Do you think that's big data or small data?
I don't know. Maybe it's a data lake.
Perhaps it's medium data. We'll call it medium data for now. And we have passed 7 or 8 minutes on the clock. We have 7 minutes and 38 seconds left. The contestants are very focused on the fill bucket there. There was a pixel missing, so the entire sky became really, really blue.
Yeah, sure.
Which I guess was not the artist's intention.
Nope.
Meanwhile, as I suspected earlier, if you look at Grogo's side,
it says Amiga.
Oh, that was Amiga I saw. Amiga.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Grogo's side, some more details and shadow are appearing on the boat. That's a happy computer.
Yes, a happy pirate boat.
But even if you're a computer, you need to obey boat laws, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They don't get wet because circuitry and water is kind of bad history.
Let's see, there's a yellow section appearing on the boat. Demos and data, right? And we have a green, is a crate barrel?
Yeah.
Green explosive barrel?
Absolutely.
The sun is shining over at Grogo's side too. Grogo is fond of the brush tool, seems like, looking at the history. He loves that brush tool.
Yeah.
We got 5 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock. More like 5 minutes 30, let's say.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember,
now it's 29. You can go on like this if you want to.
Yeah. Remember to go to edisonparty.com to vote on the contribution that you like. Over at the left side, is that a palm tree? Is that a palm tree?
Yeah, it's a palm tree.
It's a palm tree confirmed. It's traveling some tropical passages, seems like, with a lot of data. Meanwhile, while it's...
We didn't start the fire is on here on Mr.
Did you notice that on Clint's side it was a bit of stormy weather, lightning bolts, but on Grogo's side we got nice weather,
sunny and some clouds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yep.
And Clint is choosing a darker blue to go with his ocean depiction. Some depth effects, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, the fish didn't like the lightning strike.
I just realized now that's a very large fish.
Yeah, it's
might be a whale or something. I don't know. also, what's going on with the sun there, DJ Demon? What do you think?
Yeah, it seems to have lost parts of it, and it's coming off like it's some kind of...
Something is going on there. Looking at the clock, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes left on the clock. Go to edisonparty.com to vote for the contribution that you like. Use your account and take it to vote.
And this is Bubble Bobble, the tune from Bubble Bobble.
In the background, we have Bubble Bobble accompanying these boats and computers. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock there. Grogo seems to be contemplating whether or not this computer is happy enough in his boat, or if there's something that needs to be added. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it has all it needs. It has wares even.
Oh, we got wares. We got wares on the boat as well. Looking at the contestants, they're really focused as we're heading into the last couple of minutes here. Seems like some... what is the green? Is that fish or is it frog?
I think it's supposed to be a fish.
Fish frog?
Fish frog.
Sea frog. Let's call it that.
Yeah.
Looks like Grogo is using a 10 pixel brush. One of his favorites, I think. Let's see. Clint's side. We have... yeah, he seems satisfied. He's looking over at Grogo.
Yeah.
Seems like, yeah, you got no chance, Grogo. Meanwhile, Grogo is contemplating whether or not his boat needs more frogs. We're entering the last minute. Last minute now. Go to edisonparty.com to vote. Looks like we got the same placement of sun. The sun is placed on the same side on both drawings. That's an interesting take.
Pretty standard for easy pictures.
Seems like they have both experienced the same kind of summer scenery.
Yeah, maybe like...
And we're entering the last seconds here. The timer just disappeared, but I would believe it's around 10 seconds.
Nope.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. A big round of applause to Clint and Grogo for their computers and boats. All right, let's look at Clint's finished picture once more. He's got a boat full of data, Amiga, and wares. And some demos as well. Very nice. Over at Grogo's side, this boat is pretty happy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully he's holding or keeping the boat laws and speed limits. Very cool. Good work, both of you.
Yeah.
We just got from the side that the votes are very close, so keep them coming. Is what I'm hearing. We're waiting for the tally up and the signal from the managing the votes, counting them up. There you have both contributions. That's Clint on left side and Grogo on the right. The theme was computers and boats.
And now we have no signal.
All right, we are gonna close voting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cut off. While we're waiting for the result, that's we got the eminent Marcus on the synthesizer there, playing excellent
Agreed.
music. So shout out to you. All right. Seems like we have some results on the screen. What's the verdict? It's very, 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 very close.
And it's
Clint takes
have
the
a
win
winner.
with 2 votes. Holy crap. A round of applause for him. Paint and Amiga demos. Good work. That was the first semi-final. Good work to both contestants there. Clint moves on to the finals, I believe.
Okej, jag tror där, nu låter det bra.
All right, we're getting ready for the next semi-final, a live graphics duel, head-to-head. And as you can see on screen there is a encouragement to go to party.edisonparty.com to vote. But hold on to your vote until they start at least. Also, important note regarding the schedule. Before or after the live graphics duel, we're headed straight into the Gasman Music Act.
Something.
Come again?
That's gonna be something.
Yes, you don't want to miss that. That's at 22:30 or halv 11 in Swedish.
Yeah, exactly.
Or in English it's
10:30.
10:30?
Yes.
All right. I was never really that good at half times with the clock in English. So, all right. So that's a change, and hopefully that will have the TIC 80 byte battle. Will judge or figure out how the hype for it is on the event. So yeah, Gasman is after the live graphics duel, which happens at 22:30.
Sounds good.
Central European time. Central European time.
Yeah, exactly.
Vi ska finna på tema. Fin. Yes.
Allvarligt.
innebär det computer. Frost is trying to seduce the judges here, or the commentators. I'm not sure if that works, but he'll get an A for effort, at least. Yeah, we're still waiting for the next semi-final to start in the live graphics duel. At the mic here, I'm Corius,
And here is DJ Demon.
and we'll provide you with some commentary along the way. Remember to go to Edison or party.edisonparty.com to submit your vote once they start working on their pieces.
Yes.
Also, just a reminder that after the live graphics duels, the music act with Gasman will start.
Yeah.
That's at half past
10.
Half past
Yes,
10
absolutely.
or 22:30 in military time.
Yes.
CET.
And it's UTC +2.
+2. UTC
Yes,
+2. Wow.
absolutely.
I just say Central Swedish time, and we're pretty close there.
I think most people understand that.
Also, the very talented guy on synthesizers, Marcus, there. So give him a round of applause for his excellent music contributions. Providing excellent and soothing music while we wait here. All right, seems like we're ready to start the second semi-final between Frost and FS Freak. Give it up for our two contestants in the semi-finals. Come on. That was. We'll warm them up more and try it again later. All right. And we have a theme, don't we, DJ
Yes,
Demon?
we
Don't
do. No. I'm sorry.
tell them yet. We'll wait for the streams here. All right, here we go. It's time for the second semi-final in the live graphics duel with with Frost and FS Freak. And they have 50 minutes on the clock. Frost is on the left, FS Freak on the right. And DJ Demon, what is the theme?
Islands and pirates.
Islands and pirates is the theme. So, islands and pirates. That's the theme. And we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start drawing.
Start your engines.
Start your engines, indeed.
Oh, it's Monkey Island. I love that.
All right. Seems like Frost is. I have no idea what this graphic interface is. Tell me, DJ Demon, what is it?
I don't know. Something. I don't.
He's keeping it old school at least. His color numbers are going from 1 to 93. He's serious about colors. All right. We have a teal, some kind of teal color. Let's remind everyone what the theme was again.
It was islands and pirates.
Yes. That should be a pretty wide topic for them. Meanwhile, on FS Freak's screen, he is using Photoshop as well. He is a fan of layers. He's got 3 of them so far. He's also fond of the marquee tool. Not sure what's gonna happen here yet. We'll see. Also, we got some dancing going on here. Good work. Good moves. And Marcus providing some Monkey Island background music.
Yeah, it's when Guybrush walks into that pirate pub, right? Isn't it?
I believe so. And tell me about Loom.
Yeah.
The T-shirt on one of the pirates there. We have 13 minutes left on the clock.
13.
13, sorry.
Yeah, 30. It's too much.
All right. And someone is pointing to FS Freak. Seems like we have some islands, at least on the right side. That's FS Freak.
Yeah.
Or is it icebergs?
Well, it's green, so probably not. The island is green, and that means...
This looks like an iceberg, or ice, some kind of ice. Ice pirates? Oh, it turned green.
The water is blue, somebody said, and that's right. We can at least agree on that.
All right. We got some depth going on here with some islands in the distance. Back over at FS Freak screen, we got different shades of teal and green.
And a smiley. That's always
And a
good,
smiley, yes.
yeah.
Happy pirate. So the theme is islands and pirates.
Yep.
Remember to go to edisonparty.com or party.edisonparty.com to vote. Make your vote count. Make your voice heard. Frost is concentrating on his masterpiece. Oh. Meanwhile, what's happening on FS Freak screen?
Yeah, it seems like he has chosen a post-nuclear apocalypse style of sky.
You mean it's not a sunset, but an explosion has gone off somewhere?
I think so. It looks like that.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. Okay, what's oh, that's the mandatory palm tree. Very nice. We're nearing 10 minutes on the clock left. So we have 10 minutes and 10 seconds about there left. Meanwhile, on Frost's screen, it looks like almost looks like a mech warrior. Some kind of a robot.
Okay.
What do we see?
I don't know. It looks like the giant. I don't know. Really.
Skeleton armor?
Troll?
Looks like an armor of some kind.
Yeah. Maybe it's Jurgen.
Maybe it's Turrican. Seems like a head is appearing here.
He's getting ahead.
Or that's probably a head, if I'm guessing. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah,
is he menacing skull head?
it's Bigfoot.
Oh, so that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Right. Frost is using some time to shade the face, provide some details. Meanwhile, what's happening on FS Freak screen? We have some kind of individual.
Oh yeah, it's a pirate and his.
Some kind of individual
Sword.
with sharp,
Sword.
yeah, of some kind. He's also wearing a poncho, or is it a linen shirt, perhaps? With a interesting headpiece, or is that hair? That's probably hair.
Is it the Guybrush?
It can it?
Kinda.
Also, is he looking away? Is he looking like at that island in the distance?
Maybe he is going to plunder the coconut tree.
Yeah, that might be. Oh, on Frost's side, the head has gotten some bones. Classic piracy or pirate symbolism. Also, there's now 7 minutes left on the clock. Go to edisonparty.com to make your vote count and vote for the contribution that you like the most. Is on FS Freak side, is that a falcon or a saber
Rapier.
or rapier? Rapier is a really
Yes, it's sharp.
sharp like a envelope opener, letter opener.
But a little bit sharper.
The pirate's version of a letter opener that you can also use to for other means. Oh, suddenly, background on FS Freak's side has disappeared. All the islands are gone. For some reason, the pirate is looking puzzled, I would say. Where the heck did all the islands go?
He doesn't have any ears. I wonder where that got.
Perhaps he's an earless pirate? No matter how much you shout, he can't hear you.
No. Those are the worst.
Right, now some shading effects to the weapon that we figured was a... What was the weapon?
It's saber, maybe a
Saber? Let's call it a saber, and FS Freak will correct us later on. Or the audience. We got 5 minutes left on the clock. 5 minutes. Both contestants are really focused. Yeah, adding the small details, trying to get in as much as possible in this very short time frame. And mind you, 15 minutes is a ridiculously short time.
Yeah, you have to kind of create something under pressure.
Like hats off to all our contestants for making these fantastic drawings in such a short time. Right, some shading appearing now on FS Freak side. The question is, will there be an Amiga?
Yeah, well, maybe. It fits well when it comes to piracy.
It does. No. Perhaps our prayers have been heard, we don't know. That's a chest in the middle of the ocean. We have 3.5 minutes left on the clock. 3.5 minutes.
Oh, I can see at Frost's side that they are really trying to give this piracy cliché. The big pirate monster has a diskette in his hand.
Also, I'm wondering, perhaps the individual on Frost's side has forgotten his clothing. Who knows?
Yeah.
The intensity is pouring over into the speakers as well. Less than three minutes left on the clock. On the right-hand side, FS Freak has added a chest of some kind, also red.
Yeah.
Parts of it red. Perhaps it's explosives in it, or data. Who knows? Meanwhile, Frost is adding rapidly the last details to his drawing. We're nearing the 2-minute mark left on the clock, I believe. FS Freak is rapidly adding some water details around the chest, indicating it's floating.
Shouldn't there just be some kind of cross marking the site? It's always a cross.
Indeed. And I believe that now is 2 minutes left on the clock. 2 minutes. 120 seconds. That's nothing in the drawing world. Make sure to make your vote count. Go to party.edisonparty.com to vote. Some text appearing on FS Freak's side. Not sure what that is. Oh. That's is a reference to another to another contestant here. We're nearing 1 minute mark. If you can get the timer up. The streaming gods are with us. All right. On the left side, Frost is quickly choosing what kind of color he wants for the eyes. And we're nearing the 1 minute mark, I believe. Yes, we're less than 1 minute away. We have now 50 seconds left on the clock.
We're counting down.
FS Freak with a message there. We have soon 30 seconds left on the clock. That is hitting there. 30 seconds. Go to party.edisonparty.com to make your vote count for the contribution you like the most. Meanwhile, we're closing down to countdown. From 10 now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Round of applause for both contestants.
Troll, pirate, kinda whatever, totally naked and holding a diskette. Don't copy that floppy. No, that's right. And then we have swear words. I don't know if I can say it, but it's, you effing did it, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it's what the pirate says to.
It looks like he's looking at some kind of treasure. Mm-hmm. Is that some kind of digital currency in there? Who knows?
Yeah.
Perhaps it's a very old computer. Go to party.edisonparty.com to vote. We are soon closing the votes here. On the left side is Frost. The right side is FS Freak. Vote for the one you like the most. Meanwhile, we'll have some a bit of waiting music from Marcus, our eminent synth piano player. From the master desks, I just got a message here, GG Demon. The voting is very tight.
Oh, okay, so maybe it's a tie.
Will we see the same race as in the previous voting?
Yeah.
Who knows?
We'll see.
We're closing the voting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There. All right. Who will meet Clint in the finals? Will it be Frost with his a rather undressed pirate with floppy that Frost mentioned to us. It's don't copy that floppy.
Nah.
You shouldn't.
Or is it FS Freak that will win?
All
Well,
right.
here we go.
Here we have the results are coming up. Drum roll. Oh!
Frost is a winner.
Frost takes it away with 100 to 91 votes. Give it up for Frost. Hopefully we'll have the suspense meters and systems back again for the finals. Who knows? So it will be the next one coming up is the final, I believe.
Yeah, that seems logical, and that means Frost will meet with Groggo. No, Clint.
Clint.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Clint.
we're hearing some, I believe, Ice Climber from Marcus. I both love and hate that game.
It was actually quite cool. I really liked it.
Have you ever played Ice Climber on the Nintendo?
Yeah, my brother had one, a copy, and it was actually quite fun.
You had to catch that bird at the end, if you recall.
No?
Ice Climber. Don't you recall Ice Climber?
Yes, but in the game.
In the game.
Yeah, what do you...
Up to 2 players. You have to run. You have a timer. You can, and catch fruit. Avoid the bad guys. And at the end, you have to catch a bird.
A bird. Okay,
Yeah, a bird.
yeah, I got that.
Ett fågelskrämsel. Eller vad det heter på svenska.
Wait, say it again.
So, I don't know what bird is in Swedish.
Fågel.
Fågel, right. You have to catch one of those at the end. All right, we're setting up for the finals. The contestants are just taking some breaks and talking with known and unknown singers. So it's Frost versus Groggo in the finals. Who do you have a favorite, DJ Demon?
I think Frost is the better, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see who wins.
Groggo has won before. I forget if it was who won in 2023. I'll check that up, but I think it was Kawan. We'll see. There I was wrong. So back in 2023, where we had the live graphics duel. Groggo was also in the finals. It was versus Kavan back then. And he won that with 76 points versus 71.
All right, pretty tight.
And if I look through the contributions here back in 2023, let's see what the theme was there. With the live graphics duel, the finals. And it's Frost versus Groggo. Who will take it away this time? Last Edison was arranged in 2023. It was Groggo. Can he be beaten?
We'll see.
We'll see. This time we have asked Wayland for the theme, and I'll soon hand off lend off the mic to him and tell us what the theme is. So Mr. Frost and Mr. Groggo, are you ready? It seems like they are discussing some tactics here. Okay, that's okay, Clint. All right, it seems like we have some. Okay, yes. So let's have the theme for this final.
All right, guys. The theme is rules and regulations on a ship.
You heard it. Rules and regulations on a ship. We have 15 minutes on the clock, and we're starting. Let's see, are they making some preparations here? We have started already. We have started. Frost on the left, and actually it was Clint who won, but he has left.
Yeah, I said so.
So Groggo took his place. That's interesting development. So the topic was, do you recall?
Rules and regulations on a boat.
Yes, on a ship. Rules and regulations. There are many rules and regulations. Well, which rule or regulation will they focus on? Seems like Frost is drawing a face of some kind.
Yeah, maybe that's.
We're down to 14 minutes.
It's the captain making sure that all the rules and regulations are done correctly.
14 minutes down on the clock there. 40 minutes left. Frost is focusing on a face, it seems like. Not sure what that has to do with rules and regulations.
As I said, it's the captain, and he is making sure that all the rules rules and regulations are met.
Oh, perhaps it's a captain that tells everybody else how it is.
Nah, I'm just guessing.
Grogo is not drawing anything. What is happening? For some reason, yeah, okay, Grogo has started.
It's a cat.
Oh, it's a cat of some kind. Or is it a dog?
I don't know really.
Looks like a character for Ren and Stimpy, if you recall that cartoon.
Yeah, that was much. And it's a dog.
So what kind of rules and regulations do you know on a boat?
Well, you can't jump off or throw anyone else off.
You can't jump off a boat?
No, I guess that's against the rules. And
It depends on how big the boat is and whether or not you own it yourself.
Yeah, that's true. But
You
you
do-
can't throw anyone else off the boat.
You can't throw anyone else off the boat unless they agree on it. That's kind of true. That's one regulation. Grogo is throwing a dog with a life. What's it called? Life ring?
Yeah, livboj heter det. Is its name in Sweden. Livboj, which is like
Like a buoy.
yeah,
Life buoy.
buoy.
Meanwhile, I'm really curious about what's going on Frost's side. There is he's writing some greetings to Yoke.
I don't know.
You know who that is?
No idea.
Jom rules, apparently. Yoke rules. Meanwhile, the life buoy on Grogo's side is coming to life. Is he using the color palette for this year's Edison party? Who knows? Have you figured out what Frost is drawing?
No, not really. Seems like to be a face at least. That's clear.
He's really concentrated. He seems like he has a plan. Also, we're nearing 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the clock left. Go to party.edisonparty.com to vote on the contribution you like the most.
I actually like this program he's using to draw. It has a button that says "Oops."
Yeah, and a kill button as well.
Yeah, and a quit.
What's the difference?
Kill and quit. What's the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference there? Meanwhile, the dog is getting some shading, some texture, some color. It's a happy dog at least.
Yeah.
Seems to be very happy. Give me a cool dog's name.
Fido.
Well, how about Chaos?
Chaos. Yeah, that's
Come
a good
here,
one.
Chaos. Fetch, Chaos. No. On Frost's side, it looks like a
woman, actually.
Is that Kurt Cobain?
No, I don't think so.
It might be a captain or a woman. Might be here. Perhaps it's dreads. Who knows? Eight and a half minute left. 8.5 minutes left. The topic is, the theme is?
Rules and regulations on a boat.
That's right. There are quite many of them.
Yep.
But we have already settled that you can't throw people off a boat unless they agree to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. If you just tuned in, it's the live graphics duel. It's the finals with Frost versus Grogo. The theme is rules and regulations on a boat. We still haven't figured out what kind of graphics software Frost is using. We'll have to dig that out later.
Yeah, it seems to be some kind of old bitmap thing going on.
Oh, there's some party people on the boat there.
Yep, they're probably breaking all the rules.
Seems like they are not well versed with the boat life.
No, they seem like they're falling off.
Meanwhile, there's 7 minutes left on the clock. 7 minutes. Also, give it up for our eminent piano player, Marcus. Come on, round of applause. Providing tense waiting music here. Grogo is adding some details. Also, notice there the other semifinals. It was actually Clint who won.
Yeah.
But Grogo has taken his place. Very sportsman-like there. Competing in the finals, taking his place. He moves up the rank. We have less than 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Less than 6 minutes left on the clock. Make sure to go to party.edisonparty.com to make your vote count.
They're falling off. There seems to be the party has kind of run amok, and some people are falling off the ship.
Yeah, it seems like also these people are not well versed with the clothing etiquette on a boat. They have made their own decisions, poor decisions. Meanwhile, a happy dog on the Grogo's side. Less than 5 minutes on the clock there. We're closing in on the final minutes here. All right, so we had a name for the dog. You said Fido.
Yep.
And
you said Chaos.
Chaos, right. But what about the name of a captain? Let's call that a captain.
Yeah.
Do you have a cool name for a captain?
I don't know, Captain Blair.
Captain Blair?
Yep.
What about Captain Crack?
Frost is adding a lot of details to the face now.
He has a affinity for faces and facial expressions, I think.
Yes.
This individual looks not very amused of what's happening on the ship.
No, it seems to be. Yeah.
They're breaking quite the amount of rules there.
3 minutes and 12 seconds.
We're nearing 3 minutes left on the clock. Frost versus Groggo in the live graphics duel finals. The theme is rules and regulations on a boat, and there are quite many we have figured out.
Yep.
Also, you have those flags, semaphore flags, that you need to point in different directions.
Yeah, but
That's also a rule, I think.
Yeah.
Don't hit a reef. I think that's a good rule.
No, don't sink the boat.
Don't sink the boat. Don't drive it ashore. I think that's also a good rule. And remember to pay the crew.
Yeah, otherwise you have a mutiny.
Yes. And our Groggo's dog is looking very happy. I guess if you're a dog on a boat, you would know to swim already, but who knows?
I guess it's a good dog that follows all the rules.
Oh, right, it follows. Yeah, right. Good call. We have less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Go to party.edisonparty.com to vote for the contestants that you like the most. Frost is complaining that his keyboard is not working. That's a classic excuse.
Tar du at det tar du
Ett val. All right, so we are less than 1 minute, actually 50 seconds to go. So, well,
yeah, it's close now.
Not much you can do to improve or...
What can you do in 50, 40 seconds?
I don't know, not much.
40 seconds left on the clock, ish. Last changes must happen now. They're both making the last changes. If we get the timer up, we can count down. It's 20 seconds left on the clock. We're closing in on 10. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Down. No applause there. Good work, both contestants. We'll leave the voting open for a little bit more while we look at each of the contributions. So what did we figure out that Frost's painting is about?
Yeah, well, he said it himself. He said it's everybody's breaking all the rules.
Yeah, it seems like those people are having a party on the boat, and the captain is, or the person here is not amused.
No.
And meanwhile, you had you understood Groggo's painting. I think.
Yeah, he seems to be a good dog here that follows all the rules.
He follows. Yeah, he follows the rules to the dot, to the point. Let's check with the desk here how the voting is going. we're getting a note here that it's super close, as it's called in Swedish.
Ja, this Swedish.
What's
Super close. Jättenära.
jättenära. So if you're learning Swedish, jätteclose or very close means jättenära.
Yep.
All right, we'll soon count down to close the vote. All right, we're closing the voting in 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. All right, let's see if the suspense system works this time. Well, yeah. Good work to both contestants here. Skål.
Well,
Let's
cheers.
see. Will it be Groggo or will it be Frost? This is the graphics duel, the finals. Oh, what do we have? What do we have? It's really close. It's Frost. Takes it away with 90 votes versus 75. Good work, both contestants. Frost wins the graphics duel with the captain that's not amused with the party people.
Well,
good work, all of you. That marks the end of the live graphics duel. And now
Yes.
it's coming up next in a little while is Gas Man, the music act,
yes.
who plays music on a ZX Spectrum.
Cool.
So you want to stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere.
Drop an apple core. Drop an apple core and it turns. Drop an apple core and it turns into a woman. Then she waves her arms, tells you off for dropping lids, and now she's got some flappy wings. Is it Batman? Maybe, but she's got a cup of tea. Oh my god, she's dropped it. Suddenly the shard of flamenco dancer saying, come and have a go. But look how she's got the dagger, and she nearly had that poor woman's eye out. All she really wanted was to show off her Christmas lanterns. got the synth and the chip tune on these, so. Bop, bop, bop. To a woman that she waits her on, took you up a dropping with and now she's got some fun. God, she's dropped it. Suddenly the shards of flamenco dance the same, come and have a go. But look how she's got a dagger right just now we go. Woman's all she really wanted was to show off a Christmas lantern. Wave a massive sword with a tackle in the sky, but it swims out to the and a woman with a fan, and she flaps it up and down as a paddle in the air. But it's actually a boat, and the woman in the boat has a bloody massive size, the Grim Reaper in a dress. Now it cuts the screen in half, aren't those earrings really big? Look at me, I've got the sword, now I'll point it over there. And this girl is so depressed that she says oh it's on fire, and it's going to set fire to the ribbon in her hair. But at least the night is warm, and I think this girl agrees, but I don't know what her dress does a poplar thunderbolt. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white in my blessed day. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see like red roses too. see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you.
Hello, I'm Gasman, and this is my set aboard the Borgila. So to kick things off, let's have a Friday night classic.
You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Friday night and the lights are low, looking out for a place to go. When you play the right music, getting in the swing, you come to look for a king. Oh yeah, anybody could be that guy. Night is young and the music's high. With a bit of rock music, everything's fine. You're in the mood for dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat on the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. You're a teaser, you turn them on, leave them burning through, you're in the mood for dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat on the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Digging the dancing queen. Thank you. So yes, I'm Gasman, and yes, I'm playing chiptunes on the Spectrum. There's some Spectrum chiptunes around here somewhere, even if it's not an actual Spectrum, so this is definitely authentic stuff. And okay, let's roll my theme tune. This is called Dynamite. Break out the disco lights, invite your alter ego, find your kryptonite, will you be my superhero? One pack kamikaze, soy un desperado, infamy is calling again. And we're running on dynamite, burning brighter than the sun, quixotic and idolized. And the best is yet to come, are ready to be illuminated in electric cabaret. Combat close my eyes and let it fade away, running on dynamite. Told that Valentine, took a leap and went electric. The eternal battle lines of ninja versus pyrotechnic. Hanging from the zip line, 97 stories high, infamy is calling forever and ever again. And we're running on dynamite, burning brighter than the sun, quixotic and idolized. And the best is yet to come, and we're ready to be illuminated in electric cabaret. Combat to close my eyes and let it fade away. Before I turn back to myself, please give me one more day. Combat to close my eyes and let it fade away. Running in dynamite to set the universe alight. Thank you. Yes. This is a little song about our continuing lack of jetpacks. It's called In the Future. when I watched Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. One scene in particular made a lasting impression on me. The astronauts were having breakfast and catching up on TV on a portable, touch-activated handheld video screen. I know it's just a daydream, but I can't wait until the time when such a wondrous gadget is available to buy. We get it from some kind of futuristic high street store with a staircase made of glass and an apple-shaped logo on the door. I want to live in the future, cause the future is where miracles come true. I wait for it to come now, and I somehow know it's gonna happen soon. We'll all be too excited by our awesome futuristic life to notice that the future has arrived. We'll use Star Trek communicators as a way to interact, with access to all earthly knowledge and funny pictures of cats. We'll go around in capsules that travel in tubes beneath the sea, that leave London at lunchtime and reach Paris in time for tea. I want to live in the future, cause the future is where miracles come true. I wait for it to come now, and I somehow know it's gonna happen soon. We'll all be too excited by our awesome futuristic lives to notice that the future has arrived. Our food will come in pellet form, like pills but slightly thinner, designed to recreate the flavours of a full roast dinner, dispensed by robot arms and served in shiny silver packs, containing just the right amount of delicious potato snacks. I want to live in the future, cause the future is where miracles come true. I wait for it to come now, and I somehow know it's gonna happen soon. We'll all be too excited by our awesome futuristic life to notice that the future has arrived. Because the future has arrived. I think the future has arrived. Thank you. All right. And if you think that a guy in a white suit playing chiptunes on a Spectrum is as 80s as things get, we are about to go super hyper 80s. Here we go. That's a sound check. That's not the one. Let's try that again. Revving up your engine, listen to a howling roar. Metal under tension, begging you to touch and go. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Heading into twilight, spreading out her wings tonight. She got you jumping off the deck and shoving into overdrive. Highway to the danger zone. I'll take you right into the danger zone. They never say hello to you until you get on the red line overload. You never know what you can do until you get up as high as you can go. Out along the edge is always where I burn to be. The further on the edge, the hotter the intensity. Highway to the danger zone. And can it take you right into the danger zone? Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. When darkness falls, leaving shadows in the night, don't be afraid, wipe that fear from your eyes. If a desperate love keeps on dragging you on, don't be afraid, you're not alone. You can run with us, I got everything you need. Run with us, we are free. Ha, ha, ha. Come with us, I see passion in your eyes. Run with us. When the cold wind blows, turn your collar to the cold. Don't be afraid if you need someone to hold. If you're sinking in quicksand, and it's dragging you down, and you feel you're going under, you'll be around. You can run with us, we got everything you need. Run with us, we are free. Come with us, I see passion in your eyes. Run with us. When you're behind closed doors, all alone by yourself, and you're longing inside to be somebody else, you pick up the telephone, and there's no one on the line. Don't be afraid, 'cause there's still time. You can run with us, we got everything you need. Run with us, we are free. Come with us, I see passion in your eyes. Run with us. Run with us. Everything you need. Run with us. We are free. Come with us. I see passion in your eyes. Run with us. Run with us. Run with us. Run with us.
Okay, this one is by Sauron of Digital Reality. And this is a classic from the Spectrum called Papa Pa. Thank you very much. Right. Oh, that was intentional. That's a good one. Yes. All right, well, time for one that you haven't heard before. This is a brand new one that I was working on the way here, which means this is also kind of the first time I've heard this song. So this could be a bit more improvisational than usual, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. You wouldn't get this from Taylor Swift. Right, okay, how are we doing? Yes, world premiere of a song called Worlds Apart. You were gone at the speed of light, a trace in flight, a signal to remind me. In a core of an outer space, connect this trace, you won't look far to find me. Make a measure of time we've spent, a burst that takes a second and a light year. Seek a treasure that slipped my hand, the wonderland that beckoned on the flight here. Send a message that touches past detachments if it ever falls apart. See it shattered in fragments, start to hear it by the end. No impatience or passion, interaction with the matter of my heart. Finally a feeling that eases while it teases it, we're ever worlds apart. From the heart of a drifting star, it wants too far and far too close to make it. There's an echo of who you are, distortion in the pattern when you fake it. Get a message that matches, forms attachments, but it never falls apart. As the pattern of fragments makes a sense you can't intend. Just sporadic inaction to gain traction, that vibration doesn't start. Hard to hear from you clearly, 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 we're birds never worlds apart.
it's eternal. Every second is a piece that plays a part. Every touch is emotion, every gesture that you said. Nothing feels accidental, please be gentle when you're messaging my heart. Nothing too sentimental, and go too acute when we are worlds apart. Thank you very much. You heard it here first. And now, oh, what now? Let's take a trip over to the wonderful, beautiful world of Japan. Thank you very much. And also a big hand to Enfys for doing the Takiti visuals for that one. Right. Okay. Aha. I've got my breakout hit now, at least my YouTube one. This is not quite the most viewed demo scene production on YouTube, but unfortunately I come second to some upstart group called The Beatles.
and melon design. But this is the number 2, which ain't bad. This is the literal music video version of Bad Apple. Drop an apple core and it turns into a woman. Then she waves her arms, tells you what the dropping. Listen now, she's got some flappy wings. Is it Batman? Maybe, but she's got a cup of tea. Oh my gosh, she's dropped it. Suddenly the charge of flamingo does the saying, come and have a go. But look out, she's got the dagger, and he nearly had that poor woman's eye out. All she really wanted was to show off her Christmas lanterns. Wave a massive sword at the tattoo in the sky, but it swims out of the way. Well, in that case, never mind. And there's suddenly a tree and a woman with a fan, and she flashes up and down at the pedal in the air. But it's actually a boat, and the woman in the boat has a bloody massive size, the Great Reaper in a dress. Now it cuts the screen in half, aren't those earrings really big? Look at me, I've got the sword, now I'll point it over there. And this girl is so depressed that she sets her wrist on fire, and it's going to set fire to the ribbon in her hair. But at least we're nice and warm, and I think this girl agrees. But I don't know why they're dressed as a plump on Thunderbolt. There's a funny glowing ball, and I wonder what it is. Doesn't want to shake my hand, well I'm so offended now. And this girl is talking too, but she's having second thoughts, and she wishes that she'd gone to the party on the sun. Everybody party on the sun! Look at all the bees, sweep them up now. Wait a minute, maybe if I smoke this one it'll make me dizzy. And I'm nothing like a dad in a distance, and a tiny wizard's got to pose like off Charlie's Angel. Unconvincing guy is a gold umbrella. Would you like to see a trick? Just like David Bloody Copperfield, is it matter now? Let us spin round quickly, gonna skip right past the next. Go to keys to boring, and leave fitting wings. Write a letter of complaint, but the pen runs out of ink, so he throws it like a dart. And a Viking takes a drink from a soldier's violin, but some bugger drank the rest, and there's hardly any left. And the droplet is a girl with a crazy little doll, but she's got ADHD and forgot to take a pill. Now the doll has got away, and she's running for a bus, but she threw over a shoelace and falls into the sea. And it's really windy now, this umbrella's going to break, but it's really not the wind, there's a magnet over there. The Grim Reaper's back again, but this time he's got a hat, and if you don't think it's Susan, she'll drop off both your legs. Something dribbling off her side, and it makes a massive splash, and it's woken up a girl who was sleeping in the pond. Someone in a witch's hat, who is hanging like a bat, reaches over to the pond girl and makes a swirly dance. Right. Oh, another kind of new one. This isn't totally new. I think you're the second audience to hear this one after Outline. So, this is an almost new one. It's called Desdemona. Don't expect some deep emotion, no magnum opus of nascent addiction. I was foolish to surrender, dazzled by the splendor of an exotic pretender. Every line of credit spent on Diamante fueled ascent without a care for where it went. Children
of even make believe. When there's none left to deceive, you'll come running back to me when it's over. For all life unrehearsed, you are blessed and I am cursed, and I don't know which is worse. Desdemona, drown your words in Moe Chandon. Let lovers hanging, breathless abandon. Burn their fortunes just to reach her. Be a part of the feature. Could it get any deeper? Tell the lies they want to hear about the lifestyle they hold dear until the smoke begins to clear. Child of Eve and make believe. When there's none left to deceive, you'll come running back to me when it's over. For a life unrehearsed, you are blessed and I am cursed. Now the dam's about to burst. Desdemona, oh Desdemona, you are hanging by a thread. I'm not leaving you for dead. Could I take your place instead? Desdemona, I could love again if you let me. All right. Delicate perfectionist with cobweb threads, your story hangs together. Do you crave infamy like it's the only way to live forever? Forever, forever. Child of Eve and make believe. When there's none left to deceive, you'll come running back to me when it's over. For a life unrehearsed, you are blessed and I am cursed. Not the last time, nor the first. Desdemona, oh Desdemona, only you can. Let's love again. Can't do high notes now. Memo to self, put the songs with the high notes at the beginning of the set. All right. Now, an ode to demo parties in weird and wonderful places, like boats, and obscure locations in the north of Scotland. This is I Would Go to John O'Groats for a Demo Party. Budley, Omen, Hornasucha, nightlife hotspots of the future. Venues just don't grow on trees, so we'll take our parties where we please. No city lights, no shopping mall, just sleeping bags in a village hall. When there's a big screen, I don't care if we're stuck at the arse end of nowhere. And I would go to John O'Groats for a demo party. 'Cause I'd rake in the compo bowls at a demo party in John O'Groats. Watch the fishing boats off the Caithness coast with a hearty breakfast of porridge oats when we go to John O'Groats for a demo party. The two-brain boss will cruise the earth from Amsterdam to the Moray Firth. The Danes will save us from collapse with whiskey laced with pepper schnapps. At 2 a.m. we'll party hard to the bagpipes of the Coal Street Guard. A laser show would do no harm, but it might set off the fire alarm. And I would go to John O'Groats for a demo party. 'Cause I'd rake in the compo boats at a demo party in John O'Groats.
demo party. Everybody! Amiga! Amiga! Dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum! Amiga! Amiga! Dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum! Amiga! Amiga! Dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum! Amiga! Amiga! Dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum! Amiga, Amiga, dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum. Amiga, Amiga, dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum. Amiga, Amiga, dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum. Amiga, Amiga, dum-a-dum-dum-da-dum-dum. Okay, this one you might know as well. Not Ariane yet, that's coming. Tonight in Stockholm you will see the greatest in technology. We are the robots. We are the robots. We are the droids you're looking for. Sinclair, Atari, Commodore. We are the robots. We are the 8-bits. I infiltrate a million homes with all of my official phones. We are the robots. We are the robots. For once the Russians all agree, I'm in another category. We are the robots. We are the 8-bits. My mind's a terabyte of code, and that might take a while to load. We are the robots. We are the robots. I mess with Linus Arkason, so now I'm an accordion. We are the robots. We are the 8-bits. My powers are profound and deep. I use them to rotate a sheep. We are the robots. We are the robots. My circuits run without a flaw. I ran a self-test to be sure. We are the robots. We are the robots. We are the 8-bits. We are the 8-bits. Thank you. All right. Well, Fardian, you say. Well, let's see what we can do about that.
chip, Berlin Bear, floppies at computer fairs, Piccolo mouse, so parallax stars, TriStar, Finnish gold, tracker, journal, Venlo, static bytes, fair lights, Alcatraz bars. World of Commodore spheres on a checkerboard, Spaceballs, Desert Dream, letting go get in for free, Maniacs of Noise, Anatomic Playboys, CNC, Nocopy, Belgium, Assembly. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating while the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farians, you allowed to caught them in the early autumn. Ravers in the sleeping hole, funk shaded metabols, contrast, mega black, oogie and pain. Spectrum, pentagon, mecha and symposium, hyperventilation, paper aeroplanes. Poetry 303, duchies and their colour schemes, Gravenoid on the attack, secret life of Mr. Black, sunflower stash and jizz, blowing up the power grid, headlights, state of mind, real party is outside. Safarian, it was always floating since the nerds were coding. We didn't start Safarian, but we'll recreate it on a crusty 8-bit. Heaven 7, Voodoo 3, Music Boy from Factory, Deus Ex Machina, Robert Yarrick, Festival, Bob Roush, Good Accord, Boyfriend Makes You Disappear, Barry Form, Liquid Wet, Moppy second place again. Hello Vascular Suck, Slang Point, Garbage Rock, Neuropol, Outline, Guten Morgen, Sonnenschein, Pokemania growing grease, belly dumping deities, conspiracy in Hungary, fairly to the Queen. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating since the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farian, we just made a killer piece of compo filler. Daybreak, ASD, Stew with Bucket LFD, Mazagine, Wolverine, Subdivide the Spectrum scene, Hasselhoff, Big Band, Tempest Bus, Timberland, Ragdoll Sumo Wrestling, Song People Dancing, Jesus Christ, Motocross, Elevator Pants Off, Happiness is round the bend, Log the random image thread. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating while the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farian, but here's another vote for everyone to vote for. TV noise, Nyan Cat, toilet tunnel scene set, borrowing your vote, this Kokio and Fin spread. Filteries with LEDs, meteorics, Kevin's teeth, Eon reclamation, notch and party labor. Pico H, Snaps, Goals, Power Driver, Server World, Love by Satellite, Demo on a disk drive, Berska Trank, Twitch, Band, Farmageddon, by Jenna, Car Guy, never seen is gonna die. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating while the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farian, but when the compo runs, we'll let the scroll go on and 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 on. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating while the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farians, you allowed to caught them in the early autumn. We didn't start the Farian, it was always floating since the nerds were coding. We didn't start the Farians, you allowed to caught them in the early autumn. Thank you! And I think we're coming up to midnight, so I think we're about done here. But since you clearly enjoyed that boat-themed song so much, how about another one? Boats. Porgila! Every night in my dreams I see you, I feel you, that is how I know you go on. Far across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you are you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Love can touch us one time and last for a lifetime, and never let go till we're gone. Love is when I love you, one true time I hold to, in my life will always go on. If far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on.
Thank you very much. And I'm done here. Enjoy the rest of the party. Good night.
här är bara ett test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, testar.
Elysium.
Ja.
Elysium.
Jag måste snacka om den här, den verkar paja.
Blir värsta kalabaliken när man inte synkar musiken så vi har synkat med musik. För här är demofabriken så tar vi till oss kritiken så vi har synkat med musik. Om allt är synkat med beatsen är det slut med dramatiken så vi har synkat med musik. Nu har vi tänkt på publiken och inte bara grafiken så vi har synkat med musik. Synkat med musik, synkat med musik. Lyssnat på kritik, synkat med musik. Synkat med musik, synkat med musik. Lyssnat på kritik, synkat med musik. Blir värsta kalabaliken när man inte synkar musiken så vi har synkat med musik. För här är demofabriken så tar vi till oss kritiken så vi har synkat med musik. Om allt är synkat med beatsen är det slut med dramatiken så vi har synkat med musik. Nu har vi tänkt på publiken och inte bara grafiken så vi har synkat med musik. Synkat med musik, synkat med musik. Synkat med musik. Synkat med musik, synkat med musik. Synkat med musik. Synkat med musik, synkat med musik. Lyssnat på kritik, synkat med musik. Synkat med musik.
soundtrack to the most popular demo, I believe, from
Yeah.
Edison.
Actually, yes.
You saw The Last of Us?
No, not such luck.
No such luck, indeed. Now we're kind of just recapping for the day today, and also a bit on what's happening for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a lot of things going on. The TIC 80 battle is going to be moved to tomorrow.
Yes, that was planned for today, I think, right?
Yep, but well, we got enough to do anyway, so...
Yes, he has. He and the rest of the crew has done a wonderful job at connecting everything. There's a lot of things that goes into arranging a demo party, and levers, knobs everywhere.
Yeah, and a lot of blinking lights and beeping things, and error messages. Always error messages.
Yes. So we talked to Miro from This Is Geeky today.
Yes, and he had some interesting stories to tell.
Yes, he did. Very cool guy, and he's here among other well-known people, at least in the scene, for enjoying the party, and he's also making a documentary, so that will come out pretty soon after the party is done.
Yeah.
But before that, though, we have still a couple of days more of the Edison 2025 demo party.
Absolutely.
So, which is here from Stockholm. Tomorrow we will start the broadcast at around 12 for the Arcade stream. So we should just refresh people on how this setup works, kind of the schedule.
Yeah, the whole thing means that it starts up at 12 and goes on to 15, and then we have the whole Edison party. It starts at
4, I believe.
Yeah.
So we have we're sending on Arcade.radio first for the 3 first hours. And then we'll be back to cover the stream and provide you commentary for all of you that are watching, so make sure to not miss that. The stream is planned to start at, do you remember?
The stream 5, I think, I'm not sure.
The Edison stream is planned for 4 o'clock to start tomorrow at Central European Time.
Absolutely, and there we go.
Yeah, we have some interesting people to interview.
Yeah, and we're not gonna tell you exactly who they are, but you will hear tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. We will soon switch off because the party is still going on here. The DJ, what was the name again? DJ Dushman, I think it was, is providing music right now. So we will not take up the screen much more, let you enjoy the rest of what's going on the event here. But for the commentary for today, from us at least, has reached a conclusion, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
But we'll be back tomorrow with a lot of music, and also check out edisonparty.com. There are links to the streams, to the Discord if you want to join, and perhaps also talk to us. We value feedback, of course, and if there's if there's a track they want to hear, for instance, when we broadcast, hit us up. We don't bite.
Nope, not much.
So enjoy the rest of the stream, and we'll catch you guys later tomorrow.
Yes.
Wave to the guys.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome to hyperspace. Welcome to hyperspace.
Thank
All right. Hello, everyone. Okay, here we go. So we will close the venue down in 15 minutes. Please evacuate the venue within 15 minutes. And we'll see you back here tomorrow at, 10 a.m. is the earliest possible time. We hope you have a good night's sleep.